Alright, no point in stalling in any stalling this any longer. Welcome to my Black Desert stream. Today I'm going to be streaming Dark Knight gameplay again. And this is going to be the last stream for this series of Dark Knight gameplay, and then there's probably not going to be another in quite a while before I have something else to show. So after this one, I think I'm just gonna concentrate on videos more. Dark Knight gameplay again. Hello, scene. Strange. I thought. Excuse me. Better. Throat was all clogged up. I think I heard someone outside. Oh. Well, that's a rare sight. It's kind of hard to see anyone else in Kahaz besides me in this channel. I guess I'll try moving to another channel. Hello, you. How do you feel about Dark Knight now that your level is higher? I actually like her a lot more now. Although, one thing I want to say beforehand is that I kind of doubt her PvP viability at this stage, like without her awakened weapon right now. But as far as PvE goes, I think she's on the okay side, considering that she doesn't have an awakened weapon yet. And she handles a lot better now, since I got proper gear and leveled up my skills, got the hang of some of her combos, and also now that monsters don't die in 1 and 2 hit. I mean, that part was kind of frustrating and boring for me, but I'm glad that's just been temporary. So currently, my main source of damage right now is trying to get my targets to lie down and then use this skill. It accounts for quite a lot of damage, but as you can see, it takes quite a while to cram in all strikes, which isn't that much of a problem since monsters tend to stay bound for a long time, but against players, that's doubtful. I mean, there is a canceling command to do the force strike right away, but it requires, the prerequisite is to use the teleportation, something that is likely going to be on a cooldown when you're fighting players. But again, I mean, in the end, a character's viability is made or broken by their awakened weapon, so everything still remains to be judged. Oh, right. That was stupid of me. Forgot to bring my experience potions. It shouldn't take too long since I got a couple stocked up in Shakatu. This is one of the main features I really love about this grinding spot. Is that town is is a very short visit, a trip away from the actual grinding spot. I mean, you could practically say Gahaz starts where Shakatu ends. Not as much as I thought I had, but should do for now.
고객과의 약속은 절대 저버리지 않습니다.
And right, the offhand twist was definitely something a lot of people has been screwed over with. I still got my 18 plus attack talisman on the auction house with several hundreds of others. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to take care of that. In terms of my own weapon, I kind of recovered now that I got a 15 plus Kutum, and there's another person over here. This place is even more populated. Should have stuck at 4. Think I'll have to go in another direction. Thought so. I think that was all, yeah. So as you can see, my damage is now also a lot more appropriate for this place. Now that I've got a proper offhand. I'll have to go towards a different direction. And yeah, Dark Knight is attack speed. I mean, I was expecting casting speed as well. Which is kind of weird if you think about it. I mean, Valkyrie is a more physical oriented character who uses herb waters, but she's casting speed, and Dark Knight, well, she's more of a magic oriented character who uses mana potions, and yet she's attack speed. Isn't her sword skills based on some type of divine magic? Yeah, that's true, but what I'm saying is that her combat style seems to be more, how should I say it, like traditional. Compared to Dark Knight, that is. Yeah, that was what I was thinking too. I mean, Celestial Spear, Alliance Blessing, and Black Spirit Spender. Those are the most magical-ish skill Valkyrie has, but for Dark Knight, all of her skills seem to have some taint of magic to it. And she also does projectiles, so you really can't get any more magical than that. And I gotta say, the 10% CC resistance penetration on Kutum is really helping me out with these elites. Although there still are cases where they just simply refuse to go down even after 3 CC skills. The instances of those happening has been greatly reduced. Well, for Ranger's case, if it was up to me, I would recommend Nubera all the way because she really needs to work on breaking that sweet spot in AP. So that she's able to burst down enemies before they become a threat. And that's the main problem with Rangers. I mean, there's really no in between. Either they have enough attack power to take down enemies quickly before they become a threat, or either that they're just not really that useful. wonder if the other guys left or their rotation has taken them somewhere else. I certainly hope it's the prior assumption. My opinion on the market. Well, okay, I guess I could talk about that when I have the time. I mean, I'll try to address other questions first, and then if I've got the time, I'll try to speak on my opinions on that matter. But before I do that, let's see if I can find a channel where all the spots aren't occupied. I hope her awakening isn't something super different. I had to stop playing Sorcerer and Ranger because of them. Yeah, that's something I certainly felt about Warrior. I mean, like, even though I don't play Warrior myself, in the past, it's always been a treat to pass by an arena and see a Warrior fight. I'd always stop and watch for a while because I always loved seeing Warriors fight. But after they become great swords, I mean, it's not really, I don't think it's really bad, but it's just that Warrior's sword and shield was so cool in my opinion. I just really loved the combat style, and seeing that go away was a real bummer for me. So yeah, some of the awakened weapons completely changed the concept. Some of them are quite similar. I mean, for example, like Valkyrie. Valkyrie is pretty much similar to what she has always been. Well, I guess except for the fact that she was Captain America. So one of the things is that she used to be and still is a character who can deal hefty damage that requires an unreasonable amount of time for against players, but works okay against the monsters. But on the other hand, the range on her skills make her a crappy choice for grinding. Well, then again, maybe I should rephrase that. I mean, she's actually good at fighting monsters that are, like, powerful. Most obvious example being boss monsters. The problem is that in this game, fighting powerful monsters isn't very profitable in this game. The point where you get most efficiency is when you're able to kill groups in like 2 or 3 skills, and then move on to the next. So yeah, I mean, like in both PvP and PvE, Valkyrie is a viable character. It's just that if she were in a different game, that is. Well, I mean, you may think you have a lot of skill points at level 57, but I assure you, once you get your awakened weapon and reach a level 58, that is going to change. Well, yeah, the awakened classes are certainly something that could have been as a completely new class. It's just that I understand the viability of, I mean, the inevitability of making awakened weapons, because the previous skills, they just weren't working in what this game was becoming. They were, because the original weapons were designed around an age when combat was designed to be I mean, slower paced than it actually is right now. So what I was saying is that the original basic weapons had to go because they were out of like fashion. I mean, if we're talking fashion in terms of combat design. Well, I'm not really sure if I agree on Sorcerer becoming the best farming class. I mean, yeah, she certainly went a great distance from becoming the worst to a very good one, but I still think she doesn't compare to Ranger. And also Witch and Wizard. Witch and Wizard has become so good at grinding. And yeah, Sorcerer was likely one of the worst farming classes before Awakening. I mean, I remember a conversation I had with a friend who was considering starting Black Desert. So he initially picked Ranger in the past and played it for a while and quit because he said it was boring. So he was considering returning to the game and asked me which class I would recommend for having fun. And we were talking about Sorcerer, and I told him that before you get your Awakened weapon, I'll just quote the exact conversation, a translation of the conversation I had. Remember how you were bored because all you did was use one or two skills with Ranger and then kill every monsters on the map? Well, if you play with a Sorcerer, that won't be the case, except that you're actually going to be playing Tekken with each individual monster for farming. And that is going to continue until you reach level 56, so a fair warning. That Sorcerer farming is very painful until she gets her Awakened weapon. But to be fair, I should mention that, although it's tedious, that Sorcerer grinding at pre-Awaken weapon is actually kind of fun. I mean, it's just that it gets so exhausting to do over and over again. I think Pearl Abyss kind of hit the sweet spot with Wizard and Witch farming in that regards, because for me at least, it's fun and efficient. The elites tend to do that, just refusing to lie down. stunned. And from seeing how much damage I'm receiving from monsters while I'm stunned, it seems like Dark Knight's defense is actually on the better side of the spectrum. Then again, I did enchant my helmet one level more, and since I have Kutum, I also have some extra defense on me, so that could actually be the difference between my experience when I was playing Mehua and Witch at level 56. Ninja? Well, I don't know much about ninjas, but as far as Kunoichi's goes, she's actually one of the best grinders, pre-awakened weapons, that is. But they do have some skill differences, so that could be the reason for this discrepancy. I've seen a lot of people say you drop most of original skills but keep chain lightning. Well, I guess there might be some situations where you would switch to staff for using chain lightning, but as far as my experience goes in farming, I never really felt the need for chain lightning, so there's that. Her Dark Knight's dash attack, this one, I'm feeling that this is going to be OP in PvP because not only does it, not only is she invincible during the teleportation, the range of effect for the slashing motion is just insane. The hitbox for it is so wide that I often have times trouble aiming this skill because it keeps getting caught with random targets in between the way. Which on the other hand for PvP means that it's going to be very easy to aim with. But anyway, as far as my opinions go for Dark Knight, I'm liking her far more compared to my initial assessment of her. I still don't get the point of what her marks are though. I mean, they're just so weak. Compared to all the investment I need to make during combat to use it. Alright, since I don't seem to have any additional questions right now, I'll go back to that incident with the market manipulating and stuff. From my point of view, I think the whole thing is actually a hoax. Made up by the opposing alliance of the current suspects. It's just that I've had experience fighting against those guys, and I'm not joking when I say that I actually really believe that okay, in order to avoid confusion, let's just say that the suspects of this incident is Alliance A, and the guys who are making the accusations are Alliance B, and I've had experience fighting against Alliance B, and I seriously believe that there's someone in Alliance B who actually works in tabloids, because the way they spread misinformation and just pass it off whenever they're caught really reminds me of Korean media. And let me just say that Koreans aren't known for their tendencies for fact checking, and the media exploits that whenever they can. Anyway, the thing is, Alliance B was also guilty of abusing a commerce bug to earn a ton of silver, and they were also not punished thoroughly. And the thing that people are getting angry over is that with this incident, Alliance A weren't I think there was like 1 or 2 people who were permanent banned in the Alliance B incident, but this time with Alliance A's incident, no one was given a permanent ban, and the punishments were generally a lot more weaker. But the catch here is that I think one thing that people are not considering is that the incident with Alliance B is that they exploited a in-game bug and to practically create silver out of nothing. But on the other hand, what Alliance A is guilty of is they've been using the market exploit not to earn money from the market, but to trade silver. So they'd buy. So practically, they'd eBay accounts with silver on them, and then use the market exploit to move that silver to their own accounts, which is to some degree something that's already possible within the game. I mean, you can buy cash items and sell it on the auction house. It's just that since let's just call it eBay for now. Since buying from eBay provides a better money to silver efficiency ratio, they're just doing the same thing that's already possible within the game, but at a better deal, at a better price. And since this also concerns multiple parties, like different accounts, people trading with each other, it's understandable that Pearl Abyss has more difficulty punishing people because it's not a straight exploit of their game system. With less complicated parties involved. But anyway, Alliance A has been using this incident the best they can to launch a whole series of propaganda against Alliance A. And a disclaimer, I might just as well mention that I have no love for Alliance A as well because, well, let's just say the current leader, well, they actually don't have an official leader, but the guild that can be considered the leader of that alliance, I had experience with them in closed beta, and I can say with certainty that they are just as big scumbags as Alliance B is. But anyway, back to the point, it's that Alliance B knew that Alliance A was using something to move silver because some of their guild members had just such abnormally high stats and amount of silver. So they actually started making false evidence and such. One of the biggest example being that they claimed that Alliance A was moving their silver through using the market prices of red nose armor in the marketplace. But it turns out what actually turned out to be is that Alliance 8 actually didn't use red nose armor, but they actually used a different exploit using market wagons. So yeah, so even though the truth is out, people are still railing over red nose armors. Which is another prime example of how Koreans aren't that good at fact-checking. I mean, even when the fact is just like right there in the announcements. So in the end, it's just my summary of the incident is that it's just two scumbag alliances trying to claim that the other side is even more scumbaggier. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, what exactly is the mark that she applies again? Well, excuse me. Some of her skills apply marks on monsters. You might have noticed them being shown up above them. I'll show you one right now. So yeah, you can see on that musketeer on the back, he has some kind of mark above his head. She can use her E skill to make those marks explode. It's just that the damage on the marks are just so weak. I mean, I don't think they even do more damage than her basic weapon strikes. So I'm thinking that the damage is somehow glitched. Or it could be the classic case of the skill not hitting properly. Which this game has a long history of doing. I can remember from the closed beta days how a lot of sorcerer skills didn't hit properly, so they had to like patch it several times to get it to work. Dark Eruption was especially a big problem. They just couldn't get it to properly hit for months. And I might be wrong, but I think this is the first time they actually tried a combat system like Dark Knight's Marks, something that is like auto-aimed. Well, I wouldn't say auto-aimed, but is based on the position of the target. And since this game has bad synchronizing issues with positioning, I would be surprised if the reason why her mark damage is so weak is because they just can't get it to hit properly. I keep half expecting that there's some other feature to the marks that I'm not aware of, but no matter how many times I read the skill description, I really can't find anything else except that, well, it has a extra 50% crit chance. But that's really no use if the base damage is crappy in the first place. I have to start taking taking care of my scrolls. They're taking way too much storage space right now. I've left them gather up for too long. Most of my items transport quota is filled with these scrolls as well. I'm having trouble sending stuff over to other towns because they're so clogged up with scrolls right now. What's your APTP currently? It's 180 and 272. Gotta factor in some extra additional damage against humans though, since I'm using a urea. Do you find mates beneficial? Well, I certainly do. I mean, even though I usually farm grind in Gahaz, which doesn't benefit that much from maids, I find I find maids invaluable. Yep, way better area of damage compared to Meihua. Since she's more of a concentrating on one target at a time type. Whoop, don't want to steal that. Wish she did sell pet food as well. Then I'd probably do a better job at not starving my pets. Now that I mention it, that should do. So this stream is basically going to be me grinding here for maybe 2 or 3 hours. So I'll do my best to chat as frequently as possible in between. So feel free to fire away. I mean, to be honest, I mean that's the only reason why I do these streams, because let's be honest here, Black Desert doesn't really have a lot of streamable content. So these streams are more about the communication. Poor pets. Hey, don't say that. At least my pets aren't constantly swimming in the ocean. Unlike some people that I can name. What is it with monsters in this game? Just drawing out the weapon and standing in place like that. Does Dark Knight have access to most of the costumes released already? Well, if you're talking about the utility costumes, then yeah, she has them. But just like other characters when they're released, she currently only has one costume that has the usual combat, should I say combat, or maybe yeah, farming stats. Which means that her costume type is pretty barren at the moment. So yeah. Besides the usual stuff, she only has one set. You've been playing for an hour now? I just wanted to say hello by the way. Well, welcome Infinite. And yeah, it's been an hour since I've started stream. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to make this 2 hour or 3 hour long. I mean, it is 2 p.m. right now in Korea, and I haven't gotten any lunch, but it's just that I'm not really that hungry right now because I had a late breakfast. On hindsight, I should have probably made that a brunch. Can't imagine her awakening. Me neither, but with everyone mentioning whips, I really can't get the image of her using a whip out of my mind. I think part of the reason is because of her outfit. It has the theme of thorns and vines and roses going on with it, and somehow I feel like that would be a very fitting theme for using a whip. 6:20 in Spain. Haven't slept yet. This game is consuming my life. It's funny. That's the stuff. That's the main topic of guild chat these days. Everyone talking about how consuming this game is. Like for example, let's say, yeah, one guy was planning to go to sleep at around 11 p.m. So he said in guild chat that he's going to go to sleep in 40 minutes. But then Lubero cried out, and then he had to go to the desert, went to do that, and then came back to town, finished up some errands that he originally intended to do before the Lubero alert got up. And then once he was done with that, people were saying that Karanda's regeneration time limit for her to the limited time for her to regenerate had only like 20 minutes left, so he had to go get that. And after getting Karanda, what was that happened again? I don't remember exactly what happened, but something like having to fight against a opposing guild for another guildmate happened, and then like just one thing is going after another, and it's just like endless. Oh right, I remember now. A message for an 18 plus Dandelion weapon came up for the auction house, so he had to wait for that, and like, so it was just like one thing after another endlessly, and just the game just won't let you go. So the running gag within the guild for new players is that, oh, you're level 56, then better quit now while you still have a life. And honestly, this is exactly what I've been talking about in my previous streams. I mean, I just hate the fact that they've designed the game to waste your time so much. Because to be honest, while I complain about the grind in this game, at least that's doing something. I mean, it's just that it's the same thing over and over again at such a and requiring such a high amount of it, but at least I'm doing something when I'm grinding. But stuff like, well, example for like waiting at the auction house for a message item to appear, those things are a complete waste of time, and this game has been designed having so much of them. I mean, I get that it's meant to give people who invest more time a better chance, but that still doesn't excuse the fact that they're deliberately wasting my time. Was the new area opened yet, or is it in the next update? It's likely in the next update. I mean, they haven't even given us an expected time of arrival yet. And it was supposed to be, it was actually supposed to be trained this summer. But anyway, my expectation is that it's probably going to be in. I think the new area Kama Silva is going to be tied in with Dark Knight's Awakening weapon. So that means it will come in no earlier than February, and even that I think is a stretch. Alright. Skill point gain in Gahaz is as godly as ever. My Dark Knight is going to be well ready for when her awakened weapon comes out. I don't like the whip rumor. I think ribbons like the ones in the Olympic or two small swords. Yeah, dual wielding swords would also be neat. But as for the Olympic ribbon idea, I mean, wouldn't that be too similar with the whip? Except that the whip would be more centered around wrapping targets instead of hitting them. Don't think there's like enough difference to make it two separate things in a game environment. There's no. Let's just give me a moment here. Not finding the chance to check chat, and the scrolling is working weird right now. Guess I'd better use the new chat window thingy. Yeah, this is better. I'll probably get flamed, but I wish there was more PvE oriented things and more party based content. Well, that's something that I would want too, but I don't have high expectations for, because the way combat design is, this game doesn't work well with party play. I think Akman is going to be the best they can ever do for party combat, and naval battles for team effort stuff. How many CC skills did I use on that guy? He just wouldn't go down. Yeah, it's really a shame how so much of this game just feels like working. Which is why I wish like people would stop making free-to-play games. Because game companies do have to make a profit, but if they make it free to play, then they'd eventually, the only choice they have left is to completely break the game balance by selling equivalent of gear, or having to rely solely on skins. Either that, the most common option would be what Black Desert said, making the game a chore and providing cash items that decrease the amount of work you have to do. Which means for profit, they have to make the game a chore as much as possible. Making it an ugly cycle. Stop messing up my rotation. Come on, guys. You seriously was trying to drag monsters all the way over there? Is the DK gaining power from blocks? No, she doesn't gain any mana from blocks. Which I'm actually glad, because whenever they make block gain resources, they tend to design resource gain very lazily or based around blocking. Would you like to try PvP later? Sure. I'm certainly up to that. Is AFK running a crit build, or is he just critting that often? Let's just say that Dark Knight has a lot of crit. and naturally in her skills. Like a lot of 100% crit chances and extra crit chances slapped onto her skills by default. Take a second to read chat again. We didn't win Zerundia last night. Went to Iris. Too bad. Maybe next time. I played Lineage 2 when it was subscription work, and that was work. Well, okay, so whenever I'm talking about subscriptions and in-game like paid services and such, I think one thing that should be mentioned is that NC is always an exception. You can practically say they're the forefathers of super grindy games. And abysmally bad business practices. Whatever they do, they always make it a chore and a game where you have to pay immense amounts of money to just stay viable. And did you see all the protests? Well, I saw screenshots of it. And Final Fantasy 14 2. Well, anyway, the point I was trying to make with me wishing that it stop making free-to-play games is that crappy companies will do crappy stuff anyway, like regardless of what kind of business model they take. It's just that when they go with a free-to-play model, they're actually financially obligated to do crappy stuff. So it's not, at that point, it's not even a matter of choice. That's the problem I have with free-to-play games. See, just look at that poor damage the sign did. AFK, are you using a delay on your stream? Not sure what you're talking about. If there is such a function, then I'm likely not using it right now. I've just got the bare minimum settings for my streams. So if you're using block to draw enemies into AoE range, then hitting them with multiple AoEs, correct? Yeah, that's correct. Although for certain groups that are in close quarters with each other enough, I just use my dash attack right away. But in most cases, I'm just drawing in targets with my block. For example, that group in the hillside on the opposite side of me, that group I just use a dash attack right away. Since I can hit all of them without any additional hurting. I currently have 180 AP, but keep in mind that there's also a whole bunch of VS human damage and extra monster damage slapped onto my passive buffs, skills, and gear. I think your chat is way behind. Well, let's try experimenting. So I'm going to use a charge skill in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Wait, I should have. Poor choice of words. All right, so I'm going to dash forward in 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to start attacking. 3, 2, 1. I think that should be enough to check the status. Have you done any PvP with Dark Knight yet? Not yet. To be honest, I wouldn't learn anything out of PvPing much at this point. I should reach at least level 58 if I want to make some kind of assessment, but at this point, if I do any PvP, it's really just fooling around for fun. Seriously, at this point, using marks just seemed like a waste of time. I'm mostly just using it for the novelty value. Why does level 58 matter if you don't have an awakened weapon? Just for accuracy and HP and other general stats? Yeah, because of that. I mean, I'm also quite confident that level difference also equates into the damage equation, because like this is something everyone is saying. The damage people are doing against each other greatly differs depending on their level. So like for example, if you're a level 61, even if you have not so great gear, you're still going to be doing some impressive damage against players who are level 59 and 60. Also, I've heard from people that the damage gap between level 60 and 61 really isn't worth the effort. But on the other hand, the gap between 59 and 60 more than justifies the grind that you need to do to get to level 60. Nah, went too far. Which program encoder are you using for live stream? OBS. How much money do you make at Gahaz when you grind there? Check. And what AP would you recommend for Valkyrie there? Well, my memory is a bit rusty, but I think 170 AP should be enough for a Valkyrie to grind in Gahaz. And I haven't really made exact calculations, but when I grind with my witch in Gahaz, I usually get around. Let me say, I keep forgetting the numbers. Yeah, I think it was. I usually earn around roughly 5 million silver just from trash items alone, and I also get around, I think, like four. No, like around five scrolls. But I'm just pulling these numbers out of my head, so they could be slightly inaccurate. Do you think that damage difference might be due to hidden AP stats? Well, of course it is. I mean, not more due to the AP stats being hidden, but because of damage being hidden. People would have been able to deduce what the damage equation is accurately if we would have been able to see numbers for damage, but since damage is hidden, and so is the general damage equation. Is it possible to play Black Desert with a pure PvE focus? Sure. That is more than possible. I mean, of course there are some times when people will try to PK you, but you shouldn't worry about that too much, because the one who's doing the killing is usually disadvantaged quite harshly. So it really doesn't happen that often. I mean, at least in the Korean servers. I mean, I probably making these assumptions for the other servers in the West. I mean, not only can you play Black Desert Online PvE focused, there are actually people who just do purely livelihood content. I've actually seen a screenshot last year. So when Sharp, I don't know what it's called in the English version, but anyway, the Sharp shards, the stuff you use to make weapon stones for enhancing above 16 plus. I've seen someone upload a screenshot of having almost 500 of them in his storage, and he didn't even intend to use them. He just purely enjoyed gathering, so he could stock up on those. And as I said, it was a time when those sharp shards were way more valuable than it is now. So like 500 of them would be enough, would be more than enough to break the market. And he was just like holding on to them. I forgot which food I was supposed to eat now. I think it was maybe Alright, now I have to decide if I want to do another hour of grinding or go back to town at this point. 70%. If I'm to grind another hour, I could probably make that to 83, and which would mean I would have to grind 2 more hours to reach the 57. Well, but before I make a decision, I think I'll just take a very short break so that I can go take a leak and get something to drink. Ah, shit. All right, I'm back, and Boy, are you doing anything at the moment right now? Well, actually, PvP tends to happen somewhat more often than that out in the desert, like especially in Crescent Temple. That place is brutal. Oh, and Basilisk. I haven't been. I don't grind in Basilisk myself, but I've heard that competition in there is incredible. Now that I think of it, I think I'll just grind another hour before going to town. %70 is not something I'm comfortable with going back to town with. Yeah. So, Azimo, if you don't have anything up, could we meet up in Heidel after I'm done with this hour of grinding? If that's okay with you. Alrighty then. Let's finish this hour quickly as possible. Well, actually, can't do anything about that hour, but what I could do is try to get back to town as quickly as possible once I'm done. Alright. Can't take it anymore since I'm not level 54. I really need to restock on elixirs though. I've just run dry out of experience elixirs, and my sorcerer has a ton of materials on her that she just hasn't been using. Looks like someone already took this group. I think I might have to adjust my course. Oh, the reason why I answered so late was because I noticed the chat late. Man, I think I'm going to have to eventually get a setup to show chat window on the stream eventually. I mean, I talked about that in the past too, that I was trying to experiment with different setups so that I could see the chat window while I'm playing the game with a single screen, that is. But nothing that I've tried so far works. I guess that's also something I should start get back to working on. Get a tablet or a phone. Well, I once tried it with a phone, but I found looking at the small screen of my phone pretty difficult, and also I'm running mobile games on my phone at the same time, so that'll make it difficult. So I guess the next choice would be to get a tablet. I mean, I have been considering getting one for a while now, since it would definitely help me during work. One of my guildmates who streams has chat box shown. Seems pretty handy. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, usually when streamers show chat box in their stream, it's only for the streamers. It's not really like shown like that on the player screen. I mean, I've seen methods, tutorials for setting up chat programs so that it could show above the gaming screen. And I did try using one of them, but the problem that I ran with is that my mouse keeps getting caught in that chat screen. I mean, I can't tell where my mouse is usually when I'm playing Black Desert, since it's hidden, and since I have to like move my mouse around like this for my field of vision, while the cursor itself is invisible, in truth my mouse cursor is moving all over the screen. So it keeps colliding with the chat screen that I put overlaid over my game. So I think I'll have to take a more physical approach. Like what I'm talking about is dual screens, phone or tablet. Then again, the space that I have left on my desk is so small. I don't even think I'll be able to find a place to place my tablet on if I am to buy one, that is. The hard life of streaming. Alternatively, we could also call it another one of those first world problems. Bought a second screen. Don't have place to place this second screen for streaming. Now, I haven't been showing this skill a lot during this stream, but this move, since it doesn't have any like down attack or air attack on it, but has good base damage, it's pretty nice to use as a I don't give a shit situation. Oh, and it also works nice as a back attack skill. tons of damage. I've heard a lot of Korean streamers come to Twitch. Heard something happened to Africa TV. Yeah, some kind of like business scandal. I mean, something like that was bound to happen. I mean, the entertainment business practices in Korea is as shady as fuck. The same goes with the music industry. Of course, as with most business where you don't know how to explain this, but anyway, with most businesses, even if the guy in top does something like really crappy, it's hard to protest against. Since you're there in the first place because of the infrastructure. Like for example, if it's in the music industry and you're a singer, then you need to have the backing of an entertainment company to have a chance and such like that. And so they exploit that weakness to sign unfair contracts and such, and the singers won't be able to do anything against that. And Africa TV seemed to have done something similar to it, except that they overlooked the fact that in the internet it's a lot easier to find other options, which is what seemed to have happened in this case. So a lot of streamers on Africa going to Twitch or even YouTube. Seen some really famous Black Desert Online streamers like Mambo and Christian come over and was wondering why. Nah, looks like they took that route. It seems like a lot of the Black Desert streamers move on to Twitch, but in other general gaming sections for Korean streamers, I think most of them moved over to YouTube. Seems like Karanda's regenerated. Nothing I can do about it at this point. And to be honest, nothing that I want to do about it anyway. I have to move all of my gear over to my Valkyrie to have a chance at looting a boss monster. Come to think of it, I think my guildmaster was an acquaintance with Mambo. He seems to know a lot of streamers. Are we going to the world boss event? Ah, no. It's going to be a total mess with tons of people there. It's going to be hard to survive, let alone get a loot from that event. YouTube, not like Twitch app. Twitch app has an option to only see chat on your screen. If you get tablet, you have to use browser to see better chat. Well, the thing is, yeah, I've heard about the API stuff Twitch uses, but as I said earlier, the problem is that I found a workaround that that could also work on YouTube, but my mouse kept colliding with the chat window, and it made it really difficult me to control where I'm looking at. And well, more importantly, I mean, since I don't use Twitch. Well, you get something just for hitting boss. I'm not sure if my computer will be able to load anything at all in that situation. I never really understand the concept behind Dark Knight's Black Spirit skill. I mean, she... So if I'm basing my judgment purely based on what I'm seeing, it seems like she throws her sword up into the air, it disappears, and then she summons it back from the ground. I mean, why that deals damage and what the point was of tossing her sword up into the air to summon it back again, I'll never know. I mean, maybe it has some kind of anime reference? Because I've seen developers in Critica and Vindictus do stuff like that. Making cutscenes or skills that are very reminiscent of a famous scene in an anime. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, I love stylish stuff. It's just that I really don't understand the idea behind the motion for her Black Spirit skill. Darn sunlight on my screen making it hard for me to see. I got a curtain for this specifically, but it's not doing any help. Keep mixing up my phrases. I should have said it's not doing me any good, or it's not helping me at all, but I mixed those two phrases together. Got a good number of Lothar Crescent Blades, which should fetch a good price at the auction house. I hate how realistic Black Desert is, but how animated combat is. Yeah, so that was something I was talking about earlier. The game was originally intended to be designed so that the player combat would also be more realistic, which also means it's slow. Problem is, they just couldn't make it fun. Combat used to be very boring during closed beta 1. Now, one of the characters that hasn't really changed a lot between closed beta 1 and closed beta 2 was Ranger, and at the time Ranger was considered to be the most entertaining character to play with, so I guess that goes to show how boring the other characters were. Kinda goes to show that even with their experience, Perlibus still has a lot to learn, and especially with creating ranged, properly balancing ranged characters. I haven't played C9 myself, but from what I've heard, it seems like Perlibus has a long history of being bad at balancing ranged characters. Uter blades are up to 200k now. Yeah, it's a real good thing I was able to buy my Euroblade off auction before Dark Knight was released. I just knew prices will go up even higher when she is actually out. I've noticed the same thing happen in Vindictus as well. So like when they announce a new character, quest items for early level quest items would take a huge jump in prices, but even then it's a good idea to buy then, because after actual release the prices go up even higher. And I somehow expected the same would apply for Dark Knight release as well. Which is a unique case for Black Desert, because this was possible because her weapon was released 1 week earlier than the class itself was released. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be any compensation, but the more skin, higher protection doesn't apply anymore, since now we have skins. So the amount of skin you show has no relation with defense anymore. So that's like more old school RPG. Well, as far as combat animation goes, basic weapons do have more realistic motion if you look at it. If you look at them at a slower speed, that is. Which puts Valkyrie in a very weird position. I mean, You can actually see that they've put a lot of effort into making her motions look very realistic. Even though she was released late compared to other characters. That, along with the fact that she was teased with as one of the that she was teased in one of the early trailers for the game before release, makes me think that she was intended to be released a lot sooner than she actually was. But anyway, if the game was slow as it was intended to be, a lot of the irrelevant skills would have had some use. Like, for example, the warrior's sidestepping thing when he uses sword and shield. I mean, that thing is completely useful in this environment, but if it was in that very slow-paced combat environment, it actually might have had some use. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, up to CBT2, Rangers actually had a somewhat similar shotgun spam. Well, actually, let's just call it a sniper rifle spam. They were able to spam a really powerful long-range skill as long as they just kicked mid-air beforehand. So kick, shoot, and they were able to just kill anything that got in their way. So yeah, even during closed beta, Ranger being OP was nothing new. Oh right, special effects. Yeah, that's something this game is consistently horrible on. I mean, I don't know why. I'm no graphics expert, so I really can't explain why, but the particle effects in this game gets in the way of vision way too much compared to other games. I mean, I really haven't had that much issue even in Korean games with particle effects as much as I have in Black Desert. Anyway, it's weird how particle effects in this game worked. I mean, even with the same amount of screen covered, they somehow managed to block my vision more efficiently compared to other games. I just really don't understand how it works, but it's definitely not just me, because everyone's complaining about the particle effects in this game. So I suppose it has something to do with the fact that this is an in-house developed game engine. So I guess they didn't really design the graphics. I guess there's a flaw in the way they designed the graphics. I mean, you know, that is just my guess. For PvP, I'm always caught in a loop between choosing to turn off special effects or keeping it on, because, I mean, with it on, I really can't see anything and my frame rates drop like crazy. But if I turn off my effects, I really have a hard time telling where those really threatening AoEs are exploding. So yeah, it's a tricky situation. Imagine if no changes were made, rangers everywhere. They're still everywhere. Well, true, but it would have been even worse than it is now. Right now I'm actually tempted to do another hour of grinding, because if I really push for it, I think I'll be able to reach level 57 within, if I have another hour of grinding. But nah, this is really enough. I mean, if for no other reason than the fact that I have to refill on experience elixirs. I think I should be done in just 2 more laps. Oops. Ah, shit. Ate the wrong food. think the reason you have more issue with Black Desert Online effects because it is a high graphic game. Nah, I doubt it. I mean, because it sure isn't an issue with frame rates. It's just purely limited to how the particle effects look. Well, I guess one reason that is attributing to it could be the fact that this game could have a lot of players at the same place and at a given time. So there would be a lot of effects going off at once. So that could be part of the reason, but not the main reason. Oh, and I'm sure that their decision to paint almost everything in black certainly doesn't help. I walked into a witch ult one time because there was no special effects. Yeah, that's happened to me a lot too. Except that for in my case, it was usually walking into a giant ult and getting a stun out of seemingly nowhere. Alright, I think that's enough grinding for now. in Warframe, the effects can get pretty heavy too, especially if you have a Nova on your team. I have a friend that is practically living in Warframe right now, so I guess I'll try asking him when I get the chance. Hey, Azenboy, you still there? Can I see your gear? Sure. Why not? So as for my weapon, I got a 18 plus Urea Crescent Blade, and for my offhand, I'm using a Kutum Ornamental Knot.
발렌시아 최고의 상단, 샤카투 상단에서 직접 운영하는 창고입니다.
Alright. Are you maining Dark Knight? Well, I'm considering it, but I still have to see how her awakened weapon is before I decide. Well, for the Ranger CBT Ranger case, it's not that the Ranger was like better designed in the past. She was pretty similar to how she is right now. It's just that everyone else was so boring compared to her. That was the problem. Well, currently there's, as far as Dark Knight's awakened weapon goes, there's only unverified rumors so far. Yeah, I have so many scrolls on me. I think I'll just take care of one or two of them while I'm on my way. Let's make that the 3. I already have enough stocked up in town that I'm not using. I don't want to add to the pile. Micro patch. How long has it been since that patch was out? I mean, I just logged in like 10 minutes before I started stream, so if it was like an hour ago, then I guess I would have to take the patch. Take the time to patch. Yeah, I keep missing on words. Might as well also take this chance to see how her damage output is against these bosses. How about Serendia 2 for meeting? Yeah, let's go with Serendia 2. So far, it seems like her her damage output is pretty good, as long as she has her mana consuming buff up. Alright, as in, I'll be there soon. What does that mana consuming buff do? It increases the damage of this skill by 20%. Don't know why it only, well, that and basic attack, but since basic attack is basically meaningless. Oh, alright then. As in, but we could probably just do the boss raid before and then do PvP after that. Does that sound good? I'll just head over to Kuranda then. Let's meet up there. Alrighty then. I see you at Karanda's nest. But if I'm doing that, I think it might be a good idea to lower my graphics a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I think this should do for now. Oh, okay, yeah. Valencia 1? I mean, I was considering moving over to Valencia 1 with you, but since Valencia seems to be usually the most populated server out of the rest, I think I'm just gonna stick here.
야만족의 거주를 델다시엔이 허가했다는데 사실이 아니길 바라고. 우리는 루툼족이야. 질서 없는 야만족과는 다르지.
Oh right, guys, give me just a second. I think I'll have to relog to my game. I'll make this quick. Right, where was that game tab? All right, got logged out. Alright, so there's a mini patch, but patching is pretty quick. Should be done in 1 second. Done. Starting up the anti-hacking stuff. And there's the Pearl Abyss logo. Alright. Almost ready to put the screen back on again. Just need to get through the secondary password phase. And the unusual pause between. Alright. think I should move her up towards a bit. Alright, time to get moving again. Wrong direction. It's nighttime, so I guess I will have some time to make a quick trip to Secret Market. And again, I only have 13 minutes left to get there. Seems kind of risky.
졸리니까 짧게 요것만 간단히 알죠?
날 찾아내다니 하이델의 잠 못 이루는 밤이요?
상인 조합장이 허가한 정식 거래니까 믿고 맡기셔도 좋습니다.
많다면 나한테 맡기게. 물론 자네 할당량 내에서 말이야.
Okay, almost ready. Still 8 minutes left. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it.
안녕하세요, 라라입니다. 상인 조합장이 허가한 정식 거래니까 믿고 맡으셔도 좋습니다.
They just have to make it snow before doing a boss event. Though I don't know what's the point of summoning all bosses at once. I mean, Kronda is obviously going to be the favorite choice. Huh, this guy has a similar color scheme too, as I do. Didn't expect to see a guildmate here. If you any tips for which Awakening quest, since it's being released in North America upcoming week, I want to get the title. Well, I mean, there's really no tips to give there, since it's always do the identical 3 quests. I mean, I guess it's worth mentioning. Just I don't remember the details, but there is one part where you have to talk to an NPC to teleport. So just make sure that you've heard everything that you need to from an NPC while doing the quest. I mean, besides that, then it's all the same for every character and their awakened weapon quest. Wonder why the buffering on my stream isn't good right now. Internet connection seems to be okay, but I keep getting a notification that my stream status is bad right now. I'll try turning off OBS for just a second and turning it on again. Let's see if that helps. Let's hope things are better. Things get better now. Whoop. Coming out. Let's get ready. And as expected, I have no idea what I'm doing. Ouch, that hurts. Get out of my way, people. Ooh, that hurt. Damn it, got caught by that box. At least it doesn't seem to penalize me for dying. But I don't want to take another trip around to... That was close. I still want to stock up on the revive items since I don't want to take the time to run. I really should have come here with my Valkyrie. Yeah, it looks like decided to finish too. Oh well. I'm simply satisfied that I got something at all. I wonder if Kazaka is still up. Might be still alive since everyone came for Karanda. I should also turn off my buff. Just keep draining my MP. Come to think of it, it was stupid of me to come to channel 2. I mean, I should have just gone to channel 1 and everyone else would have done the work for me if I only just had to put a hit to get to loot from the boss. Then I could have just like move on to channel 3 or 2. How does Kama Silva 2 sound? I'm currently at Kama Silva 2. Just gonna quickly check if Kazarka is still alive. Although I find it not likely. If Nubera is down too, then yeah, I'm 90% sure that Kazarka is down too. And is that an enemy guild? I don't have a charge, so I can't really hit him. And seeing how everyone's leaving, seems like Kazarka isn't here anyway. Okay, so might as well go back to town. Ah, damn it. Wonder which town is close to here. Nah, it had to be Glish.
말의 눈은 참 아름답습니다. 마치 여성의 눈과 같이 사랑하는 사람이다 생각하고 돌봐주시기 바랍니다.
Let me review what kind of skills I have for putting in CCs. This was... thought this at least had a stiff, but looks like it has nothing. Yeah, pure damage. Shall we begin? I have no idea what I'm supposed to use to break through guard. Guess the range isn't as far as I hoped it would be. That's not what I intended to use. Well, at least my stream status is a lot better now. Seems like that dash attack goes before my upward slash attack. I was trying to do this, but I did the dash attack instead after my teleport. I guess I'll have to do a side teleport if I want to use this. Let's see. How much time do you have left? I mean, even I still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. So let's just play around for a moment and switch over to maybe Keflan 3 after this. This trap is still super useful in PvP. Didn't make much use of it though. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone for my side swipe attack. So I'm having a lot more. I guess this works way better against opponents who don't have guard. I mean, it's kind of difficult to find a way to work around guards. I wonder if this has any additional effects if I rank up the skill. 3 hits, 3 hits, 3 hits. No change to accuracy either. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it. Let's see, what kind of skills can I use? Knockback is going to help. 3 hits, 4 hits. Well, at least this will increase my chances, but stiff, stun, another stiff, lift and bound, stun, lift, but this has been proving to be very unreliable. Pure damage attack doesn't even have any super armor or guard status. Same for this. This claims to have lift and stiffness to it, but I've never seen the lift part of it work. Yeah, knockdown. Although I really don't feel comfortable casting this skill in front of an opponent who can use grapple. Another knockdown skill. Somewhat more quicker. Bound, but this one is ranged. Thought I could avoid that. It's the middle of planting my trap. This time I think I'll just try to keep dealing damage to them. That didn't work out so well. Yeah, I think I have better chances trying to keep up my damage output. I used the wrong skill. Let me see, which skills I had? Super on armor on them again. Not a lot apparently. Oh, how did I get hit by that? Yeah, that was a poor choice. Should have just gone with the poke and then super armor skill. Need to think over how I'm going to initiate combat after a backwards teleport. I think I'm getting a vague idea of how I'm supposed to operate with her. Well, that could also be because my gear and the fact that this is not an awakened weapon. That was supposed to, oh yeah, it was a guard skill, not a super armor skill. Didn't really win that round. Charging right towards him wasn't my best idea I've ever had. Oh, okay. No wonder why you were teleporting all over the place 2 rounds ago. Thought that was a problem on my side. Okay. I might as well take the time to look over my skills again. Seems like I'll have to make a flow of her combat, doing continuous attacks if I want to make her viable. Seems like it's going to take some time for him to come back, so I think I'll go to practice a bit on training dummies. Alrighty, let's get back to business. Because I'll have to find a way to draw out that grab before I start making any obvious super armor moves. Thought I had garden on my dash skill. I guess was wrong. Only invincibility when I'm moving. Okay, that makes more sense. I should have used my guard skill sooner instead of trying to dash away. I need to start using my dash skill when it counts. was expecting my dash cooldown to come sooner than that. But didn't my shift left click skill work properly? Ah man, didn't realize he was down. I'm doing a horrible job at managing my cooldowns. Thought I could change my direction while I'm charging. Guess I was wrong. Should have tried to get out of that one instead of trying to use my super armor skill. Looks like I really can't do anything if I'm not on the offensive. Strange. I know my teleportation cooldown was off at that moment. Yeah, things turn out way better when I'm offensive. Defensive simply doesn't work. Okay then. My number 3 skill casting time is not as fast as I would hope it to be. Wish I could turn off my 100% Black Spirit skill. Can't really use my number 5 skill when I'm at 100%. Wait, why did I use that over there? Yeah, totally deserved that. I feel like I'm not utilizing her invincibility skills good enough. Well, that trap didn't do any good. Weird, I was in a teleportation motion. Ah. Ah, okay. Thought his grab would be a cooldown. Huh? Wonder what happened there. The screen froze for like a fraction of a second. Okay, that attack is not fast enough to use as a combo. Nah, I was relying on the trap too much. Whoop. Oh. Looks like getting behind him didn't do any good. Oh yeah, got out. Whoop. Got caught behind. Okay, screen froze again. Got invincibility for my dash attack. Kicked in too late. Well, at least I'm getting used to it better. Can you use the sword respawn maneuver in PvP? Well, I can use it, but I really don't have the opening to use it properly. That is. And that was that was a cheap shot. Need to find better timing to use that skill. I was supposed to teleport. Oh yeah, heard of that. It's just that this skill has me standing in spot. Shouldn't have gone in after the guard skill. I might get killed by the dot. Didn't. Ah, they have a experience guild buff. I wonder if there would be a way to show the cooldown icons for only my teleportation skills separately. That would help a lot. Went too close. Oh, that covered a lot more distance than I thought it would. I was going to use the ranged skill, thinking it would be safe here. Not really sure on which skill I'm supposed to use once I down my target though. This is proving to be way too slow. So yeah, I think at least I'm making better use of her teleportation skills now. Oh, I think I've been eating the wrong food again. I think I might have to invest more points into my trap anyway because of the damage it can do. That jump attack always covers a lot more distance than I think it would. Huh? That happened. Huh? Okay, what's happening? I thought that stun was weird. I mean, because he was nowhere near my trap, and I saw the trap explode. Alright, that was weird too. Why did my guard attack go off without charging? this really is weird. That bound came in way later than I expected it to. I mean, like after I was hit. So I thought I was unclear. When you teleport next to me, he automatically jumps behind. Try teleporting and then immediately doing a big A attack. Yeah, I should have casted the teleport attack, backwards teleport attack first. I still don't have a clear answer to what I should do once I take him down. Don't have a quick and reliable down attack I could use. Except for this. Huh? That was weird. Thought my block would be able to block his jump attack, since he wouldn't be able to cover the distance all the way to behind me. Guess I calculated wrong or something. Why did I just stop? And why didn't I dash forward and just use the tap where I was standing? That was really weird. Oh, okay. Thought he used this grab there, but looks like I was wrong. feel like the only time I'm actually doing damage is when I teleport behind him, like, use the teleportation skill. Maybe I was facing the wrong direction. I know it isn't because I used the skill too late. I heard her shout when she does the charging motion. Sure, I mean, if he wants to, no problem. That was intense. What the hell happened? Yeah, I still have no idea what I'm supposed to do after I get my opponent down. Doing the poke combo simply doesn't do enough damage. There's no way I can charge my guard attack in time. Someone's lagging. And that understandably ended quickly, since there's a 3-level gap between us. Honestly, this isn't really much of a match because of our stat differences. Oh man, what the hell happened? Thought I had some blockage left on me. That didn't work out too well. It's as if he's scratching his back. The reason I'm killing it is just because of the stat differences. I'm not really putting in any combos at all. I don't need to figure out how I'm going to take care of this problem. So, other than my Black Spirit Spender, I'm not really finding anything viable I can use as a down attack skill in PvP. But even then, that could be screwed by the Black Spirit skill. Maybe if I... Yeah, let's try this. But... Yeah, misclick. Can't really tell if that combo is doing any better or if it's just simply because of our stat differences. It just feels more powerful. Second observation, it doesn't seem to be doing that much damage either. I mean, like it's an improvement, but and I'm always countered whenever I try to use the Black Spirit Spender skill as a combo. So that just simply won't do. I don't think having one more attack speed will make the difference, because attack speed doesn't seem to have much effect on Dark Knight. But anyway, I think this fight is also a very good example of how Perlowitz just can't balance ranged characters. So if she were to be hitting me with enough firepower for me to just melt while getting in, then I would have absolutely no way to beat him. On the other hand, since he doesn't have that much damage, then he really doesn't have any reliable way to kill me. Like, assuming if I had access to potions. And as far as things go, this is still yet my most reliable skill for using as a combo. Well, what do you know? Seems like the lift on SR actually does work. And this is actually the first time I've seen it work. I haven't even seen it work on monsters so far. I wonder how things would if I, after a lift, if I try to close in and use my guard attack. Yeah, so that hit, but it hit after he got up. So for characters who have a instant counter for guard attacks, or characters who do have a guard themselves, it wouldn't work, since they can just get up and block it as soon as they get up. It doesn't feel like I'm performing well at all. Then again, maybe if I... let me try something. No, that didn't work. Was this a down attack? Okay, so it's a down attack. Yes, this might work. It's got a wonky hitbox. Kind of forgot which skill I was trying to use. Alright, so I can at least cram in the whole skill, but I doubt if it will do any reliable damage even after I've leveled it up. Let's see. 642 twice. I think I'm better off using the skill I'm already using. It may not be a down attack, but I wonder. Now let's try how this works. Let's see how this works. Somewhat better, I think. Let's try to make a comparison. That was desynchronizing. For a second I thought, whoa, I thought it wasn't, the original combo wasn't doing much damage, but it wasn't this bad. I guess they're similar in terms of damage, except that my original combo also provides some buffs, attack speed buff. Okay, I guess mixing those two kind of work. But it seems like Ranger without any awakened weapon doesn't have much of a way to escape from a Dark Knight. But I still think there's a problem with my combo if I'm taking this long to kill a Ranger who's 3 levels below me. think that third hit went in after he got up, so that doesn't count. So only 2 hits. 2 hits is just not enough to justify using that big skill when I can get easily countered afterwards. As in, on second thought, let's call it a day here. I think I've been streaming too long. Looks like my guild is at war right now, and here I am streaming. Oh well, I mean, I have to log off now, so nothing much I can do at this point. Oh no, thank you. As in, you really helped me get a grasp on how I'm supposed to use Dark Knight in PvP. That helped a lot. Ha. Come to think of it, it is almost 8 o'clock. Now that you've mentioned it, there seems to be this weird lag that wasn't here before. I mean, while I was grinding at least. Let's see. Alright then, I think that should be enough for today. Are there any final questions or requests before I turn off stream? What are your thoughts on it for PvP? I think she's really good at chasing people, and as I expected, she's really good at putting crowd control statuses on targets. It's just that at this point, I'm not really sure what kind of combo I should follow up with after I've actually dealt a CC skill. Alright, is there any other question? It kind of feels... She feels like a mixture of a lot of characters. Like, there are some skills that really remind me of Sorcerer, like her teleports and her guard attack, which kind of looks like Cartian's Judgment. Not sure if that's the same translation for the English version, but I think the meaning should get across. And her charge attack and some of her sword skills reminded me of Warrior. But then a lot of her skill motions for swinging her sword also reminds me of Musa Mehwa before awakening. My suggestion would be charge CC skill, AoE jump back before they can respond. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one way I could do it. I mean, at this point, it seems like the best she can do is after a CC is to deal in a short damage and then pull back and steadily chip away at her opponent's health that way. The problem is in, well, real world PvP. I'm talking about Node Wars or Guild Wars or field battles. Since people will be drinking potions, I'm not sure on how effective that strategy would be. Alright then, I guess there's nothing more. Then I'll be ending the stream here. Thank you for watching.